No gavel. This is going to hurt. Welcome to the, organizational meeting of the House Committee on Election Law. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, so what we're going to do here is identify ourselves. So we know who we are because we're going to be working together for 2 years. And then have a presentation from the Secretary of State, who we will also be working with for the next 2 years. So let's start down there and just introduce yourself. Tell us where you're from.
Hi, I'm Angela Brennan. I am from Bow, and I'm representing Merrimack 9, Bow, and Hopkinton.
Hi, I'm Bob Wary, and I'm from Hillsborough District 13, which is in Hudson.
I'm Catherine Perdomo O'Brien, and I am from Derry.
I'm Connie Lane, and I'm from here in Concord, Ward 2.
I'm Jessica Grill. I'm from Hillsborough 18, Manchester, Ward 12.
And she's also our committee clerk. I'm Representative Steve Smith, Sullivan County District 3, Newport, Unity, and Charlestown.
Hi, Jerry Ward, Portsmouth, Ward 4, Rockingham 27.
Ralph Bohm, Litchfield. This will be my 8th term and my 2nd term on election law. First term was in 2005-06.
Heidi Hamer, Manchester, Ward 10, Hillsborough 19.
Hello, Jim Quayle from Ringe. I represent Cheshire 18, which is Ringe, Jaffrey, and Dublin. This is my 2nd term and my 2nd term on the Election Law Committee.
Steve Kennedy, Hudson, Hillsborough 13.
Heath Howard, Stratford 4, Stratford and Barrington.
Clayton Wood, first year on the Executive House, and Pittsfield.
It's good. Sounds like we have pretty good geographical coverage. That's always nice. All right. Mr. Secretary, thank you for coming. Oh, and somebody else asked, there's no pink cards today. We're not testifying. Just happy to have you here.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm David Scanlon, Secretary of State. I live in Bow, and I'm happy to see my state representative who's here on this committee. Before I get started, I would like to introduce the team in the Secretary of State's office and emphasize again that it's a bipartisan team. Sitting next to me is Erin Hennessy, the constitutional deputy in the office. And behind her is Patty Lovejoy, who's the senior deputy. Both Erin and Patty have legislative experience. Erin has served in the Senate and the House, Patty in the House. Both have served on the Finance Committee, and both have accounting backgrounds, which is really helpful to the department. And then sitting next to Patty, a couple seats over, is Dave Lang, my chief of staff. And I'll introduce Ann Edwards, too, from the Attorney General's office, who we work very, very closely with. We have an excellent working relationship. And while we administer the election laws, the AG's office enforces them. And I think we're a pretty good team. And it's great to see familiar faces on the committee, and it's nice to see new faces. And I look forward to meeting those of you that we haven't gotten to meet yet. Our office is open. We have an open door policy. So, if you want to come in and talk about election-related issues, you're more than welcome. Just walk in, and if we're not on the phone or speaking with somebody, we'll be happy to sit down with you and have that conversation. The Department of State is actually a pretty good-sized state agency. We do a lot more than just elections, and I think it's important for the committee to understand that. leading off, our administrative offices, of course, are on the second floor of the State House, room 204, just down the hall from the ante room on Reps Hall. You're welcome to come in there anytime. Like I said, we usually have a candy dish on the table that's full. So if you need a little energy, that's a good place to go and get it. In that office, we receive many of the filings that are required by statute, everything from justices of the peace and notary applications to obtaining apostilles, which are a certification of notaries that are signing documents, usually for foreign countries, mostly related to adoptions and things like that. We cater to the governor and council. We're in attendance at all of their meetings, taking the minutes. And so we handle a lot of their needs as well out of that office. We have a corporations division, which registers all business entities in the state of New Hampshire. They're located in the annex. We take up probably 75% of the third floor in that building. And we also have the Bureau of Securities, which regulates dealer brokers, those people that sell financial instruments. And they also are responsible for some enforcement activity. In fact, it's the enforcement activity and the fines that they receive that actually fund the operation. Securities collects probably $40 million in registration fees, and all of that money goes directly to the general fund. So it's a major revenue generator in the state of New Hampshire. Up on the state hospital grounds, the Governor Gallen Office Park is located, the State Archives. And in that building is housed the Archives and Records Management Division. We manage agency records that are in the process of becoming dormant. They're no longer needed by the agency. But if they are, we'll retrieve those records for the agency and make sure that they get them and then retrieve them whenever they're done. We also have some of the state's most historical precious documents up there, including the ratification document, which actually made the United States the United States. Tremendous amount of Civil War records, Revolutionary War records. I think the oldest document we have dates back to the 1630s. And so it's a fascinating place to go and view history. Vital records, I mentioned, we keep track of marriages, deaths, births, and a lot of those just statistical records that we share primarily with the Department of Health and Human Services. And that's also an important division within the office. And then finally, we have a significant part of our elections division up there. We'll refer to it often as the HAVA office. The HAVA stands for the Help America Vote Act, which was passed in 2002. And that act required us to create and maintain a centralized voter database of all voters in the state of New Hampshire. It required that we have accessible voting equipment in every polling place in the state of New Hampshire. It requires that we conduct poll worker training. It requires that we educate voters on elections and the election laws. And there's also a provision in there to fund the enforcement activity that the Attorney General's office may engage related to enforcement of the Help America Vote Act in the state of New Hampshire. We received significant funds when the act was created, and periodically we have received additional funds related to the Help America Vote Act. Those additional funds usually require a state match of funds. Currently, the balance in the fund is $12.8 million, and there is another appropriation that we have not received yet of roughly another $1 million. You may have heard some issues related to funds from HAVA in the past. One of them comes up regularly when there's a race for Secretary of State, that the Secretary of State's office inappropriately paid $1 million to fund construction up at the state archives. We have been through a couple of audits on that, on that subject. The most recent one was the federal audit specific to the HAVA funds, and they concluded that those HAVA funds were appropriately expended, and in fact, spending the $1 million as prepaid rent for the facility at the in the archives actually saved the taxpayers quite a bit of money by taking that route. And like I said, there's no question now that the way that money was spent was appropriate, and any suggestion to the contrary is simply inaccurate. The legislature, when the Help America Vote Act was passed, created the election fund in the state of New Hampshire where that money is deposited, and the legislature determined that we would only spend a portion of those funds in any given year to meet the requirements, actually the mandates, of the Help America Vote Act, with the policy being that we would keep as much of the principal as far into the future as possible to fund those programs so that we would not have to fund the federal mandate by general funds in the future. So here we are 20 years later. We still have a healthy balance in that fund, which allows us to spend roughly $1 million a year. That $1 million is spent on the staff required to run the HAVA program. Those are the individuals that maintain the statewide voter database. That's a project. It's staff that are involved in the extensive local election official training that we put on every year. The funds paid for the statewide voter registration database, and we're currently using funds to replace the legacy system that was built in 2006. The new system, the new voter database, will be completed in 2023. Sometime this summer, we will have the new database in place. That project was put out to bid, and I believe the price tag on it is somewhere close to $4 million. So it's not an inexpensive project. The money also pays for the accessible voting equipment that you see in your polling place when you go and vote. There's actually a white tent that is set up, and then when a voter with disabilities goes in to vote on the equipment, they're able to use a touchscreen pad to make their choices on their ballot. And when they are completed, they push a button, and an actual ballot goes through the printing device, and the printer will make marks in the oval on the ballot, and then the disabled voter is able to take that ballot and run it through an optical scan voting machine if that's what your polling place uses, or directly in a ballot box if it's a hand count town. So the idea is that we want the voter with a disability to be able to vote independently and freely without assistance if that is possible. I think we're on our second or third generation of accessible voting device in the polling place. And again, that equipment is paid for with the HAVA funds. For the 2022 election, we had an online system which was available to voters with sight disabilities, where the voter, similar to a UOCAVA voter, a military or overseas voter, who are authorized to receive their ballot by email, can then print it off, vote on it, and then return it through regular mail. The voters with sight disabilities were able to vote in a similar manner. So they could receive their ballot at home by email, have a program on their computer that would allow them to make the choices of their candidates on the ballot. They could then print a ballot off and then mail it back to the town clerk so that it could be counted. And then as I mentioned, our poll worker training is quite extensive, and those training sessions are paid for out of the HAVA funds. Let me just see where I'm at here. So the elections division, which is where we interact a great deal with this committee, the activities in general that we conduct related to elections are receiving campaign finance filings, and we have an online filing system, which has been problematic. And the reason for that is that we inherited through the sale of a company a vendor who has not been maintaining the system properly for us. I believe that they're incompetent. The contract with them expires this spring, and we already have plans to replace the campaign finance system, and that will be completed well before the 2024 election cycle, so that we have a system that is running properly and hopefully glitch-free. But I know it has been embarrassing the way that that system has worked. In fact, that same vendor was responsible for our elections database and our corporations database, and we had significant issues with them in both respects. We were able to get out from the corporations contract with them last year. We have a new vendor that has completely upgraded that system, and it is working fantastic right now. So your constituents that will be doing business filings should have a really good experience now interacting with the Secretary of State's office in that regard. And then the elections database, of course, is our users are local election officials, primarily town clerks and supervisors of the checklist. And the new system that we're building for them is going to make their life a lot easier too. So we're really excited about that being completed later on this year. We receive candidate filings in the office. We issue notices to voters and all the instructional publications to the local election officials that are required by statute. We prepare all of the ballots for the elections, and that involves receiving the candidate filings, preparing the ballot with the candidates' names. We incorporate the appropriate rotations, both for candidate name order and party columns that appear on the ballot. And we do all of the proofing that is necessary to make sure that the ballots are accurate. And to the extent that that's completed, we deliver that information to the printer. We oversee the printing process, which is done by a local printer. We ship the ballots to the local election officials when they're ready, make sure that they get there on time so that especially the absentee ballots can get out in a timely manner. We undertake, again, significant election official training. We conduct recounts, and then in the end, we certify the results. A number of the initiatives that are currently ongoing and have been since last year. We talked about replacing the voter registration database, and that will have additional ability and capability. One thing that we are looking at, because I know it's a topic of this legislature, and it was during the last session, but the ability to have some kind of a voter access portal where voters can interact with local election officials on things like filing voter registration applications, maybe being able to request absentee ballots and things like that. And as that is created, we'll certainly seek the input of the legislators and voters and election officials on what that might look like. We're currently looking at the next generation of ballot counting machines. Excuse me. Because we all know the devices that are being used right now are decades old. They are reaching the end of their useful life, although I think we could squeeze a couple more elections out of them. We are testing other devices. In the last general election, we tested an open source voting device, which is brand new. It's not, I don't know that it's being used anywhere else in the country. We had a positive experience with that. By the way, open source, for those of you that don't know, is software that is not proprietary, so that anybody that is interested in looking at the code and how the code programs the machine to count ballots can actually do that. There have been concerns about proprietary code, which the major companies that provide ballot counting devices use, because you can't see how the software is interacting with the counting of the ballot. The software, the open source software that we used, I think worked really, really well, but the hardware design of the actual equipment that was used to run the ballots through did have issues, and those will have to be addressed before that device could be used in New Hampshire elections on a regular basis. We will be testing additional devices in the municipal elections this spring and fall. The Ballot Law Commission is meeting tomorrow. The Ballot Law Commission is the agency that will approve ballot counting devices. They've approved a device manufactured by Dominion in the towns of Milford and Londonderry in March. And they're going to be looking at a couple of other devices manufactured by a company called ES&S and another company, Clear Ballot, tomorrow. And so we'll see if they give those approvals or not. And if they do, I expect we'll be testing those this March as well. E-poll books have been approved by the legislature for use. We are seeing growing use by municipalities. We're up to 15 polling places now that are actually using e-poll books in the poll books, representing about 126,000 voters. For the new members, an e-poll book, an electronic poll book, is an electronic check-in device that is used by a voter that can actually present their driver's license and have the device, record that information so that it doesn't have to be typed in by the poller, by the ballot clerk, and then the voter can proceed to vote. The benefit to the towns is that it eliminates the need for lines set up by alphabet. A voter can go to the shortest line and check in. And then at the end of the night, when the polls close, the e-poll book can be closed out, and then very quickly a printout of the number of voters that checked in is available, and the supervisors of the checklist don't have to go through and count the number of voters that checked in on each page. We're currently working on an interface program so that the local election officials at the municipal level will be able to take the data from the electronic poll book and actually link it right to the voter database. So it will save, it will save a tremendous amount of time in entering that data manually into the elections database. So, we're pretty excited about that. The use of the poll books is still done in parallel with a paper checklist. We want to be absolutely sure before we go to just the e-poll book by itself that it's going to be fail-safe and that there is a way to retrieve voters who have checked in prior to an e-poll book failure. That's been an issue in some other states that have used these, and so we're just being tremendously cautious until we can reach a certain confidence level that those machines are fail-safe. We've expanded poll worker training, and we'll continue to do that. We do trainings in person in all regions of the state. We're using WebEx and actually recording training videos that we've put up on YouTube and other places, our website, where the local election officials can obtain them, view them at their own, at their own pleasure. And that's working well. We have growing efforts on voter education. Last year, we hired a communications director, Anna Fay. She did a tremendous amount of postings on social media. We had a bunch of election fun facts. Hopefully, you got to see those on Twitter and YouTube, but those were really well received. We're doing a lot of work with the traditional media. We're engaging more with speaking engagements to groups like the Rotary clubs or anybody that wants to learn about elections. And I would offer that to you as well if you would like us to come to your community to give a presentation. We're certainly more than happy to do that. We have plans to engage in a poll worker recruitment initiative this year. We're pretty excited about an opportunity where we might be able to focus on veterans, primarily, people that have helped defend our country, and serve to promote democracy and involve them now that they're retired from service to, help out, continue their civic duty in the polling place. And so we'll be working with veterans groups on that initiative. We continue to enhance the website. We've done a tremendous amount in that regard. It's a lot more user-friendly. More importantly, it is completely ADA accessible so that individuals with disabilities can go on and access all parts of the elections website. It did require us to remove a lot of content until we can make it ADA accessible, and as we complete that, we're putting that information back up. We are going to be working on a municipal template. That's been something that has been suggested so that we can offer the cities and towns in New Hampshire a uniform website template related to elections specifically. We continue to work with post-election audits. That was a policy decision of the legislature that required us in the last election to do 10 state representative districts. It required us to take 10 state representative districts that had to be recounted, and from those ballots count an office, a higher office on the ballot, either governor, U.S. Senate, Congress, maybe executive council. So we completed that for 10 towns, which were selected. In addition to that, we had a high-speed scanner conduct an audit of 4 polling places around the state of New Hampshire of various sizes. Those audits were very positive. I mean, they did validate the counts, on the ballots as being accurate, which was good. The legislature also required us to start keeping track of undervotes and overvotes on the ballot, which had to be reported by the municipalities. And then as we did recounts, we also kept track of that information during the recount. And it gave us quite a bit more confidence in the count. And it also, we had the issue in Manchester Ward 6, where between the audits and the information that was collected related to undervotes and overvotes, made it very clear that there was an undercount of ballots in that Ward 6 race. It put me in a very difficult position because you're only allowed one recount, but we knew that there was a very obvious error, that all of the ballots were not counted in that particular race. To me, it didn't matter which party was involved, in the outcome, but I had to struggle whether we were just going to go with the status quo, or whether because we knew there was an error that we would force the issue, allow allow it to be taken to court where a judge did decide that the right thing to do was to count all of the ballots in that race, which is what happened. The last thing that I'll mention is that related to our elections initiatives is that we did have a special committee on voter confidence, which was a sounding board. They went out around the state, listened to voters from all political parties and ideologies, and they heard a lot of issues related to the elections that. In some situations, they were venting sessions, and I think that was a healthy thing to go through. They collected a lot of information, a lot of data, a lot of emails, a lot of testimony. The very diverse committee got together and over several meeting sessions did come up with a report that was signed by all but one of the members of the committee. The member that did not sign also issued a report, which was not too much different from the report that was issued by the committee itself. But there were no surprises in what they recommended to me, and I don't think that there will be surprises to you. But I think it'll be really useful information for the committee when you're looking at the issues that are going to be before you, to see what this bipartisan group found. When they went around and conducted that exercise. So I think there will be some positive things that come out of that, and I look forward to that. Concerns that I have moving forward with policy decisions is that I want to focus on the local election officials, because the legislature has been throwing a lot at them over the last few bienniums. They are required to do a lot more work. There is a lot more scrutiny on what they do. I think we have to remember that for the most part, these individuals are volunteers. They do the job because they want to participate in civic activity. They do it because they like it. It's a social event for them. But to the extent that we continue to burden them and make the job more difficult and place a lot more challenging scrutiny and observation on what they do, I think we're going to have a harder job finding people to do that job. And so, that's a challenge that I think we have to be cognizant of as we move forward, and just make sure that, that the people that really make the elections in New Hampshire work are treated properly, and that we make their job easier if we can, not harder. And just recognize the important role that they play in this process. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I think that was a mouthful. We're all here to answer questions if you have any. Aaron has been working a lot on the fiscal notes that will be appearing on the backs of the bills that you receive, and Patty has been doing a tremendous amount with the reporting that's being required at the federal level for the Election Assistance Commission, and that information includes, the number of absentee voters we had, the number of verification letters that we had to mail out for voters that registered or obtained ballots using affidavits and things like that. But we're all here as a resource. You search any one of us out. Aaron and Patty will probably be the ones showing up to testify on legislation. I'll be here this afternoon just to, kind of continue with the orientation on how that process will work from our end and your end. So we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Are there questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Perdomo Bryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome back. Here we go again. I want to ask about the Dominion ballot counting equipment that will be used in Londonderry and in Milton. If you know the model number offhand, if you don't, that's okay too. We can find that.
It's the Dominion ImageCast. It is the device that has been criticized in the past by by certain groups. But it's a device that we're going to test. Ultimately, the Ballot Law Commission makes the final call on which devices are going to be approved in New Hampshire. The Dominion device is one of 4. The Ballot Law Commission has set criteria that they are looking at. And I think their plan is probably to decide on 1, maybe 2 devices. Ideally, we want to be able to just print 1 style ballot for the state of New Hampshire that can be read by any devices that are used, as opposed to having different machines that require different ballot styles, because that will make our job a lot more complicated if we have to do that.
A follow-up, Mr. Chairman?
Follow up?
And how will they be evaluated during and or after the elections in Londonderry and Milton in March?
The test that we're doing is just a proof of concept. We want to make sure that the devices are going to work well in a New Hampshire election. Number 1. Excuse me. Number 2, the Ballot Law Commission has set criteria that for the devices that will be unique to New Hampshire. Some of the criteria, some examples are that the devices cannot have any modem capability, no ability to connect to the internet or Wi-Fi, so that's a requirement. They have to be standalone units so that the results from a machine will be printed from that machine. They won't get sent to another location where the results will be aggregated by a central device. If multiple devices are used in a polling place, the tapes or the results that are printed off the machine will have to be added together at the polling place and not, not interconnected. Those are examples. Once that's done, the machines will have to meet the new requirements, technical requirements that are established by the Election Assistance Commission. The latest requirements have not been completely approved yet, but we expect that approval is going to be forthcoming. And then once the Election Assistance Commission establishes those, the manufacturer of the device is going to have to take it before a certified technical laboratory so that the inner workings and the software of the devices are tested and validated and certified.
Further questions? Representative Bohm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The law that was passed last year, which was my bill on letting the town clerks notify the Secretary of State on state rep filings daily, how did that work out?
I think that worked out, overall, it worked out pretty well. We were receiving the filings by email pretty much every day, and then we received the hard copy days later. So I think I'll have to look, but we were putting that information up on the website as we were receiving it. So hopefully, the candidates knew who their competition was earlier in the process.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to say, so this is my 7th term, and I typically help other people running, so I look at those results. They've never been up faster. Really well done.
Thank you.
Representative Muirhead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looking to the situation in Manchester Ward 6, and to the general problem that might arise when there's an obvious error in a recount, but we're only permitted, of course, 1 recount. Do you think we have the right process for dealing with that situation? Or do we need to stipulate what the process should be when there's an obvious error in a recount more precisely than is now stipulated?
I think that the process we have in place, it works. And we may have to tweak it just a little bit, excuse me, to accommodate, the situation that happened in Manchester Ward 6. Just being a little more specific on what happened there was when the return of votes came in from that particular ward, it did not have the undervotes listed on the page. We did not get that until sometime later. The other return of votes forms from the wards in Manchester had that information on it. And so when we collected the information during the recount, we had those numbers. We had the numbers from the recount itself, but then when we did the audit, where we had the number of ballots that were cast and the number of undervotes and everything for the higher office that we had counted, when we looked at the different numbers that we had for ballots cast, it was clear that in the recount we were well under the other numbers that we had. If we had not done those other exercises, we would have never known, and that election would have, results would have been certified, and we wouldn't have known any better. But the dilemma was, in this case, we knew that there was an error based on this extra information. So, knowing that, I think that there are things that we can do in running the elections, using that extra information to validate the results of the recount before we actually announce the numbers. And I think, that's where we need to be. And I'll just leave it at that for now.
May I have a follow-up, please?
Follow up.
Thank you. Am I understanding it correctly that the new audit bill was the one that gave us that extra information?
Yes, that helped because Manchester Ward 6 was one of the towns that was audited. And that was by chance. I mean, it wasn't because we thought there was an issue there. It's just that was one of the wards that was selected. I will say that too, that we had a record number of recounts in 2022. There were 31 recounts that were requested. And then on top of that, we had these audits that were going on at the same time. So I think we managed the logistics of that really, really well. Patty, I think did a tremendous job helping to organize that entire effort. And, we had a lot of new recount workers helping the process. So they were on a learning curve themselves. But I think we're really better prepared for the future because of that experience. We have a much larger pool of people that we can call on to help us conduct recounts. And I think we're going to be better for the experience that we had in this last election.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary, with the aging and retiring individuals who are serving right now as election officials in their towns, is there any effort to try and recruit new poll workers, or if so, what type of process is going on to try and do that?
That's going to be an effort that we're going to organize this year so that we're well prepared for 2024. And as I mentioned earlier, there is a program that we're moving on, working with veterans groups to encourage veterans, who did a large part in helping us protect our democracy, actually participate in the election process itself. Those individuals that have been critical of the election process or have concerns, or we're encouraging them to participate as well. It's an important role, and if you actually participate in the election and see how it works and see the checks and balances that are really underway on election day in every polling place, you have a better understanding of how it works and how it really is difficult to have a conspiratorial manipulation of the election results. And, we have to engage the general population and help them understand that process to help build confidence. So we're going to be coming up with initiatives, doing a lot more through the media, encouraging people to participate in the process and putting out pieces that are educational so that if people don't want to participate, at least they can read about how the process works. Mr. Chairman, let me just add too that, there are materials that we placed on your desks. There's an election procedure manual. There's a law book with an addendum that provides the changes that were made during the last legislative session. You have a state constitution and a political calendar, which has all the important dates related to elections in New Hampshire.
Well, you put them on my desk, but I got them. Representative Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The machines that you're testing for the Dominion and all the other ones that you're testing, will they have the ability to do ranked choice voting in the event that is passed in New Hampshire?
I believe that the newer devices, which are digital scan as opposed to optical scan, have the ability to count ranked choice voting towns. But again, it depends on how that's going to look. So if New Hampshire were the problem with New Hampshire and ranked choice voting is that we have some offices where there are many candidates, primarily state representative. And so the question is, how is that going to look? How many choices is a person going to be able to make? Is it the first 5 and then you cut it off? But there may be limitations to those machines. The digital scan models have the ability to record images of every ballot that goes through. It has the ability to isolate a particular race and the marks that are made for that particular race. It has the ability to pull up marks on the ballot that are questionable. So, it starts off with a completely filled in oval, and then it moves down the line until, you reach a point where it's just a dot in the oval. So, there is a lot more that those devices can do. Whether we use that opportunity or not is a policy decision. But if we do go that route, there are the committee has a lot of options on how we decide what the policy is going to be and how we count ballots in the future.
Follow up.
This isn't actually a question, but I do commend the recounts system that you had. I participated in it and it was very well done. And Patty did a great job and everybody else on the team. So I would urge all the people on this committee to do that because it was very educational.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank Patty and Aaron because they were a really big part of making that work well.
Representative Wary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Secretary, you mentioned involving the veterans and doing that. Has there been any consideration with the requirements for civics education in the high school level and of involving high school students in the voting process and making that part of that civics program?
That's a great question, and there has been discussion, but there has been no movement on that yet. But I think that's a logical next place to go, and we will make ourselves available to go to any high school or college, that wants to have a conversation about elections. Anytime that we have an opportunity or an invitation to do that, we take advantage of it. But I think that it would be a good idea to maybe come up with a curriculum in a more formal way, related to civics and specifically elections.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. This was really helpful. Perfect. Just gonna hang out. Yeah, why not? I got some things I need counted. Can you help me? Yeah. All right, nuts and bolts times. I don't have to go through my first item because everybody used the mics correctly, and I am so happy. Done speaking. That doesn't happen a lot, and if you get enough of them lit up, then nobody can hear anything on the feed. Decorum. These are instruments of the devil. So, silent or dead or off or whatever you want to do when they're in here, but we should never ever hear one. It's incredibly embarrassing, especially if you have a funny ringtone. A good friend of mine, who may or may not be another committee chair, has one ringtone set for, I don't know, some radio personality, and it goes, "Oh my God, who the hell cares?" In the middle of a hearing, that thing went off. I could have strangled him. He had a reporter over his shoulder, not good, so just, yeah, kill him. Phones on silent. Food, drinks, we don't do it. If you got to bring water, you can put them underneath. There'd be nothing worse than having to stop a public hearing so we could mop up a mess, so we don't do it. If you need to get a drink, have a water bottle underneath, or just step out for a few minutes. Electronics. During public hearings, we're not on our laptops or looking things up on our phone. We are respectfully and politely receiving testimony. Can have them up when we're actually debating each other during executive session, but never during a public hearing. Drawers. The committee room's right on the other side of that wall, and in there you will find a drawer with your name on it. If you don't, let me know. Open the drawer. There should be a key, and you may find other treasure, as Representative Bohm discovered this morning. There were some leftovers in there. Fortunately, they were not perishable as far as we know. But yeah, you see, might want to take a look at that and clean it out. When people are testifying, there are times you're not going to be here. You've gone to another committee to testify on your own bill, or you had to come in late, or you double booked. It happens. So when you come into the room, if somebody's there testifying, just wait until they're done and then come up to take your seat. To do otherwise is distracting. When you are interested in a bill before this committee or are a sponsor or co-sponsor, that wasn't all you, dude, but you did demonstrate. So when you need to introduce your bill to this committee, you got a choice to make. You can go down there and testify, or stay up here so that you can ask questions afterwards, but you cannot do both. So never go down there to testify and then go back to your seat. We don't do it. Okay, the part you really want to know about: how's the schedule going to work? What is our workload? I wish I could tell you. Office of Legislative Services has some challenges. They got a stack of new attorneys who necessarily are not as quick as the older attorneys who were used to the process. And a lot of them also got sick right when the LSRs were hitting the office. There's still a few hundred bills not assigned to committees by the Speaker because we don't have them. So we will do that as quickly as we receive them. Like when they hit the office, they're done immediately. But so I can't tell you how heavy our workload is going to be because I don't have the bills. So the plan is we're going to meet Tuesdays. If we have bills, we're going to meet Tuesdays. If we have bills to exec, we're going to meet Tuesdays. If I've got a bunch of bills, we'll do a full day because we don't know what comes afterwards. And what we don't want to do is be in panic mode as deadlines approach. So I like to front load it heavy and then relax later on and maybe get a week or so off as we get near the crossover deadline. The executive sessions. Here's how those are going to work. Now, there's language in the calendar every time we meet that says something like executive session may occur throughout the day. That is to facilitate if we get a super easy bill and Representative Lane and I agree on what the outcome is going to be, we can together decide to exec it that day. We are unable to do that without that language on the calendar that says there may be an executive session. So that's why that's in there. In this committee, that's, excuse me, probably going to be rare. Most of the time, they're going to be put up. So you'll get, like you got a notice for today, you will get a separate notice that says election law executive hearing with a listing of the bills that we're going to do. I'd like to do the two that we're going to hear this afternoon next Tuesday and just clear the work. That's what I'm about. Clear the work. I think I've covered everything about how we're going to operate. Do you have questions for me? Hi. Hey, you know what? I just finished my bit, so your timing is awesome. So let's hear from her, and you guys can ask me questions afterwards because I'm not going anywhere. No. Maybe they'll forget them.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Ann Edwards from the Attorney General's office, and we have the election law unit at our office. Our election law unit is staffed by 2 full-time attorneys, of which I am not one of them. I am one of the supervisors who works with them, and also a full-time criminal investigator and a full-time investigative paralegal. I've worked in New Hampshire elections for the Attorney General's office for more than 25 years, so I'm the institutional knowledge, or perhaps just the institutionalized attorney over there who works closely with them. Our 2 attorneys are currently in a criminal case mediation today that involves an election matter. And I just want to give you some quick statistics so you can understand what we do. As Secretary of State Scanlon said, we're the election law enforcement. So we work very, very closely with the Secretary of State's office on interpretation of elections law because we're also their attorney. We provide advice to the Secretary of State in all of those areas that he described, including securities and corporations. We're his general attorney, but the election law unit works closely with him on the interpretation of election law and the enforcement of it. One of the areas that we have seen a lot of action in the last year, and many of you may have heard about this, and if not, you will hear more about it, is, as the Secretary of State said, the campaign filing system has been challenged, shall we say. And so it's been challenging in our office to try to deal with the violations of the filings that different candidates and campaigns and political committees have had. And so we have right now 1,600 violations for 2020. That's not 1,600 people or campaigns, it's 1,600 violations. So one campaign might have a couple of violations. The bulk of those violations is that the reports are late. That's not necessarily uncommon. And so what we are in the process of doing is we are not going to flood the market with 1,600 letters all at once, but over the next 2 months, we will be issuing the letters to the different entities, informing them of what the violations are and requesting that they correct those violations. If you perhaps see one of these letters at some point, you're going to see a paragraph in it that notes that we might be wrong. And the reason we might be wrong is because the campaign filing system has challenges. So we believe that we are correct. It has taken an incredibly long time for us to go through all of these documents to try to make sure we're correct. But don't be surprised if we are not correct and you hear complaints about that. We're trying to head those off at the pass, but you are the most likely place to hear about them if we're incorrect. We also are working on the 2022 filings those seem to not have quite as many challenges in the campaign filing system, so we're hopeful about that. Every 6 months, we issue a biennial report on the election matters that we have closed out during that time period and the statistical information on the number that we've taken in. We have been behind in those reports in the last few years. We have now caught up, and we have the two reports on their way out for 2022. And that's a very helpful area for all of you. It specifically comes to the House and Senate election committees. And the purpose of those reports is to provide you with information and those closeout letters. And you can see a lot of what we do on a day-to-day basis in our office. We have an election line hotline. That hotline runs every day, all year long. And then we have an election hotline that goes on place just for specific elections. So for the general election unit hotline, I'll call it, in 2021, we logged 453 hotline calls, and we opened 60 of those as separate matters. That means that they needed to be investigated or they needed to be reviewed and letters needed to be issued in order to deal with what the issue was that was complained about. In 2022, which was obviously a general election year, we logged 1,085 hotline calls and 65 matters were open. So not necessarily many more matters, but many, many more calls. In 2022, for the September primary, the election unit handled 158 different inquiries and calls. Those are from members of the public, candidates, political parties, local election officials, and sometimes different state officials. In November, for the general election, we handled 275 inquiries, again, from those different types of groups. We do criminal prosecutions. As I mentioned, our two other attorneys are currently in court right now dealing with one of those. We brought 4 criminal prosecutions during 2021 to 2022, and we had other ones that were outstanding. So we have resolved 6 prosecutions in the last year and a half. We also have civil litigation matters. Some of these are brought against us or against the Secretary of State, and some of them are brought by us. So in 2021 to 2022, we had 6 different litigation matters. Those tend to be what we call systems cases. So they're challenges to how voter registration occurs. They're challenges to, as Secretary of State Scanlon mentioned, voters who have sight impairment and requested a different format to be able to vote. We have been sued in the past for the signatures on absentee ballots and their envelopes, and whether or not we could do signature checks to see whether people had accurately signed their names. So those types of cases are the bigger cases. We also have a couple of redistricting cases that were brought. Some have been resolved. There's a couple that are still outstanding. We too sometimes are involved in bringing cases. So we brought cases against the city of Laconia, the town of Bedford, and those 2 cases had to do with the fact that we were trying to determine whether ballots that had been found. In one case in the city of Laconia, there were ballots that were found inside a ballot counting device that had not been counted from previous elections. And in the town of Bedford, Bedford had found a set of ballots in 2020 that had not been counted, absentee ballots. And so in order for us to open the ballot boxes, other than for a recount, we have to get a court order. So those 2 lawsuits occurred in those matters. We also sued an individual who filed to become the county attorney in Coos County and was not an attorney. So that was the first time we filed to remove somebody from a ballot. And so those are the types of litigation that we can be handling on a regular basis. And finally, we have, with respect to, I guess I won't call it litigation, but it's activity that ended up coming here into the legislature and was ordered for us to hold an audit, which was different than the audits that the Secretary of State was talking about. In the case that we handled, it was the Wyndham audit, where there were questions about the difference between the election night count of ballots and the recount of those same ballots. And so the legislature required an independent set of auditors to run an audit. And so in May of 2021, we spent 3 weeks recounting in just about any possible way you could imagine the ballots for the town of Wyndham. We work with the Secretary of State's office in training all of the local officials. You'll see in the letters that are attached to our biannual reports that we will raise concerns with election officials. We have actually asked some election officials to step down from their positions, including the moderator of Laconia Ward 6, due to his failure to make sure that ballots were accurately counted, thus disenfranchising voters. And so in those cases, we work very closely to make sure the election officials in those specific polling places are trained, but also the general training for all election officials with the Secretary of State's office. Some of the major issues we saw are the 2022 general election, and I'll just touch on these quickly. Our public employees electioneering for the matters that they're interested in. We have now issued a series of letters to police departments and to mostly public emergency response personnel as to who is allowed to electioneer on a certain issue that's involved in their community. And the fact that no matter who it is who gets to electioneer, none of them get to use public resources to do that. We also had some challenges in the 2022 general election with polling place access. Some of those were seen on television. Some of them were seen on social media, where we had polling place access roads that became blocked because of too much traffic and not enough parking spaces generally. That was the combination that was very challenging. And we have some places where the polling places just don't have enough parking. So we are working with those communities to correct that prior to the presidential primary in 2024. We also have had many challenges to the ballot counting devices. Those have been ongoing and we continue to work on those. And we have had numerous domicile complaints, which some of those have been raised with us by private entities who have done their own research, and many of those we also investigate on our own because they're brought to our attention by local election officials who may find that someone has filed for office or has voted in their community and doesn't appear to actually live in their community. So those are the types of issues that we handle. We are available to come over and answer any questions. Last year, we worked with this committee and with the Senate committee on a piece of legislation that gave us more authority to issue civil penalties. We have a lot of authority to charge people with crimes, including misdemeanors. We're not charging somebody who has mistakes on their campaign filing forms with misdemeanors. It's just not the right approach to take. So we have requested permission to fine people, and even those fines won't and can't happen on the first violation. But it's more helpful to have fining authority, particularly in the area of signs. One other area that we saw rise during 2022 was the theft of signs. And we have at least one case in the Lakes region where a candidate has reported that more than 100 of her signs were stolen. So we're working through that. That's part of a criminal investigation at this point. But we work very closely with all of those, and we do appreciate the fining and civil penalty authority. So I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you very much, and I'm glad you did. Would you mind telling us who the investigator is?
Yes, the investigator is Dick Tracy.
And-
Yes, that's really Dick's name, and Dick named his son that too, one of his sons. So, but Dick is a former captain from the Manchester Police, from Manchester Police Department, and he's been with our office for, I think, at least 15 years. Dick is excellent at what he does.
And I am so sad that there are now people young enough to not know how awesome that is. Questions from the committee? Representative Purdue O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming. You mentioned something about a Laconia official, and you sent a letter asking them to step down?
Yes.
Did I hear that correctly? Okay. Did they, and what is the criteria that is used to send such a letter, that you make a determination that you will send such a letter?
So the official in Laconia was the moderator in Ward 6. And during the 2020 election cycle, more than 179 ballots were not counted. And so the criteria in that position, we didn't have the authority to automatically remove that election official, but we believed that the loss of voting for 179 individuals in Ward 6 was a significant dereliction of the responsibilities that the moderator had sworn to undertake. And so we requested that the moderator step down. Yes, he did.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the 1,600 violations from the 2020 campaign, those are late reports? You said the bulk are late reports. Does that mean that the reports are still outstanding, or is it the case of like something having been due September 30th, 2020, and it was turned in October 1st, 2020?
Yes, it's the latter. So well, actually, I say that. I shouldn't say that because for all 1,600, I can't answer that question. But in the case of some of those individuals, it may be that they were supposed to have reported on September 1st and they didn't report until October 1st. While that might not seem serious, it is serious during an election because during that time period, if it was due on September 1st, the state primary occurred. And so voters do not have the information as to who may have given contributions or what expenditures may have been made by that campaign during that time period. So it may be that it's corrected at this point, but we are going to note in those letters that there is a violation that occurred. On the other hand, there may very well be circumstances where individuals didn't ever file, and so they were late in that, but they then didn't file, and perhaps they didn't win their election and maybe never became a candidate again. So they've got a late filing there and they don't have an end filing for their campaign.
Thank you, Chairman. So
Try your microphone again.
All right. So for these violations, for individuals who may have lost their campaigns or hypothetically served for a number of years, I know that there were rules on the books that said that you didn't need to file if you hadn't spent over $1,000. Are you looking at those cases as well?
So we review all of the statutes and all of the filing requirements. So if there are individuals who didn't, I guess I'm trying to think of exactly how to answer this because it all depends on, somebody doesn't come to our attention as having to file a report until they either file a report because they've collected or expended $500, or because somebody, usually an opponent of theirs, reaches out to us and says, they've collected $500, they had a fundraiser and they haven't reported to you. So other than that, we don't go out and try to determine individuals. So with respect to whether somebody had to file a report, once you're in the reporting system, there are certain reports that have to be filed, including the report that needs to be filed 6 months after the election if you have any more funds. And so if somebody hasn't filed that report, then that would be a violation.
And now we know what makes the mics crackle. Representative Brennan.
You mentioned that you'll be working with communities to resolve challenges at polling locations, mostly traffic congestion or lack of parking. How do you identify those communities? Is that a complaint, or are you saying that communities need to have a certain number of parking spaces to be a polling location? Is that something that you're evaluating, all communities or?
So it's usually as a result of a complaint, and it's usually a complaint on election day, and it's multiple complaints. So in the communities that we're talking about, these are communities that absolutely struggled for access. And so that you all know, what happens during election day is one of the things that we do. There are a group of about 5 attorneys in our office who have done election work over the years, who stay and manage the hotline that comes into our office. So when problems like that come up, and I won't name any communities because it's unfair to them at this point, but we spend a lot of time on the telephone with chiefs of police in particular. So it's usually the chief and the moderator who we have on the phone trying to figure out what it is that can be done to break the logjam that's happening so that voters can get in there. And we come up with all sorts of ideas, and they come up with all sorts of ideas, and we work as well as we can to solve the problem on election day. And I'll tell you that we have never, in all the years that I've done this, and in all the years we've had problems like this, never have we had a community that just sort of sat back after the election and waited for us to show up. They're already working on it. They know they have a problem, and it's their voters and their residents, and they don't want to have that problem either. But sometimes it just takes all of us to sort of push that solution through.
Can't see your name thing, but yes, you're up. Thanks.
Thank you. Is it your office that does the voter affidavit paperwork? Say that somebody comes in without their license, we take their picture, and then they sign off on an affidavit. Is that your office that does that? Follow-ups?
So first, it's the Secretary of State's office that does the follow-up on that. And the Secretary of State's office, using different resources it has available, will try to determine whether the individual who has signed an affidavit because they didn't have some piece of information to be able to prove they were qualified as a voter or to prove who they were, the Secretary of State's office will do the first run at those and see whether or not they can identify all of those individuals. When they come to the end of their resources, then they come to us. And at that point, we can use law enforcement information to be able to do additional searches. Though I'll tell you, back to Dick Tracy, most of the time he finds people on Facebook or social media of some type. That is the way that we can identify pretty quickly somebody and where they live or where they lived during that time period.
Anyone else? All right. Thank you very much. That was great. Okay. So we've run through our program. What's going to happen this afternoon? Yes. I'm sorry. Were you supposed to go to?
I'm Patty Lovejoy, Senior Deputy Secretary of State. One issue that is new this year, that it's going to be happening next month, for those of you who are new on the committee, is in the last election, a provision for provisional ballots was passed, and this special election will be the first time that provisional ballot is in place. So it's an issue you may want to follow over the next month to see how that process worked in this special election. Plus, they will be in place for the March elections. So this is something that's completely new for the state of New Hampshire, and I just wanted to put it on your radar that it will be in place for this special election. Okay. As it was mentioned, people in the past have have filed an affidavit. You show up at the polls without your ID. You fill out a challenged voter affidavit. You attest that you are who you are, and they take a picture. We later then send something to make sure that you are. What's happening now with the provisional ballots, and like I said, this was passed in the last legislature, and it takes place starting in 2023. Now you will be given a packet that you have to return to the Secretary of State's office within a given number of days that provides the information that you didn't have on Election Day. If you do not provide it, then we will notify, your town that so-and-so did not provide that information. Then the moderator will go and retrieve your ballot and remove whoever you voted for from the final tallies. And you're saying, well, how do they know my ballot versus somebody else's? You will have a numbered affidavit ballot. So when you vote, you don't have the information. The moderator is going to record on your ballot, this is affidavit ballot number 1, and they're going to keep track of that. So they will send that list to the Secretary of State's office. As we get all of that information in, and we have to provide these envelopes with overnight shipping, which the post office no longer guarantees overnight, but that's another issue. But if we don't receive them by a certain date, we will then notify the town that affidavit ballot number 3 and number 8 did not return their information in time. And then the moderator will pull ballot number, I don't remember what numbers I said. If it was 2 and 8, we'll pull ballots 2 and 8, and whoever they voted for or whatever warrant article, et cetera, that they voted for, their votes will be removed before the final vote is. So this is the first time in New Hampshire history that we are going to have provisional ballots. Obviously, this bill came through this committee, and it was worked quite a bit between this committee and Senate elections. So I just wanted to, I'm sure the Secretary, he just didn't think about bring it up, but it is something that's coming up, and you may want to pay attention to how easily or how difficult the process is. Sorry.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the special election is going to be happening during the Rochester school vacation week. I didn't know if there was any plan for any extension for somebody who may be away after that Tuesday.
There are absentee ballots, as there are in any election. They are doing it during the vacation week, and they're specifically doing it during the vacation week so that they can use the school gymnasium as they have done. They didn't want to have, for this special election, a special place to vote. They didn't want to confuse any of the voters. But as in any election, there are absentee ballots available. The UOCAVA ballots will be going out to any voters who have their UOCAVA status in place.
I don't know.
Is there a follow-up question?
Yes, sorry.
Go ahead.
So there may have been some confusion in my question. I was talking in regards to the new provisional ballot system and the notification that people would receive if their ballot was going to be disqualified.
They will receive a packet right when they register. So when they come in to vote, they don't have their ID. they will, normally you get your picture taken and it's put onto the challenge voter affidavit. At that moment, the voter will receive this packet from the Secretary of State's office that has the overnight mailing envelope and specifically what it is that they need to provide. If they go on vacation and they don't take care of this beforehand, their ballot is not going, their ballot will be pulled because they won't have gotten the information to the Secretary of State's office in time. So if you voted and you had a challenged voter, the best the best practice is to go home, complete the information, get it sent off to the Secretary of State. But if you wait till you at the end of vacation, your affidavit, your ballot will have been disenfranchised.
For the provisional ballots, will the metrics or the metadata on the number of provisional ballots in a given election be reported in the same way that undervotes and overvotes are now being reported? Is there some provision for the reporting of that statistic?
The bill did not have provisions. I mean, obviously, it's any information to do with elections is public information. So if somebody requests, and I'm sure this committee will, somebody on this committee, I'm sure will, ask how many provisional ballots there were and how many were satisfied. That information will be available. Mm-hmm. So this election obviously was a tied election. So the chances that this one might be close are probably pretty good. If on election night, it's off by, somebody wins by 2 and there are 8 provisional ballots, we will not certify the winner until after the provisional ballot time frame has gone by.
Ah.
So, Paul, I guess nobody else volunteered. Paul texted me and he said, can I recommend you?
No, I'm not hungry. I
think he sent like an email, and I figured somebody.
Mic check, testimony, mic 1, 2.
Oh, well, maybe so. Is that it? Because I came in today.
Well, I know it.
I don't know what I would spend time on.
I'll have to check that out.
How much are they? Used to be another
They're more than it's more than two.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
That's not much of a time.
Well,
Hudson, used to be.
I think it's more, well, maybe I'm just thinking about the regular. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's it. They have to make it viable to have.
I wonder if there was some film Kennedy.
I don't
I
know.
wonder if they recycled that sign from somebody else.
Quite possible.
Yeah.
I would, anyway, I think that's good. So,
Dale, Dale, maybe I'll go see it. That's actually a hazard. Unless you want to go for a tough one Tuesday.
No, I'm really.
Go get something. And then we're meeting in the state house. Yeah, state house. Yeah. There's something that works at the back of the clerk's office. I've never been there.
Oh, yeah, that's
It's like a project. Okay.
It's not room number. You go to the
All right, I'll see you over there.
And it's up there.
training that I
You're in
have
the
to
back.
do on.
So when we show up.
I was there for
Go out there.
all my clients are remote, which is wonderful. So,
I just think we'd be fine.
yeah, I'll be here to guard. It's open.
Bring your lunch with you if you want.
Oh, did I accidentally? Whoops.
people pay, but it doesn't say how much. But doesn't, but it says, but I know that they use a credit card. Then they give. I mean, the thing is, it could be same amount, and it could also.
It's just, what was the phrasing on that? That's right.
Yeah.
All right, I apologize to everyone for us being late, but we will open the public hearing on House Bill 101. Welcome, Representative Moffett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Happy to be here. So we'll get right to this. I'd like everyone to cast their minds back to 1996 to start, and I have sent electronic copies of this correspondence to the committee. So any of you who weren't around in 1996 will hopefully trust my history here. So GOP Governor Steve Merrill opted not to run for re-election, as some of you will recall. So that opened up it created an opening for governor. State Senator Jean Shaheen immediately declared her candidacy, and she ran unopposed in the Democratic primary. Now, on the Republican side, Congressman Bill Zelliff, the late Bill Zelliff, declared a gubernatorial candidacy, and he was the strong favorite, overwhelming favorite. Now, conservative activist Ovid Lamontagne, who I like, also ran a very long shot campaign for the GOP nomination. If you gave him any chance, but on that September 10th of 1996, Lamontagne stunned Zelliff, edging him out with 47,556 votes to 43,393, and you can look it up. State Senator Shaheen received only 52,328 votes in getting the Democratic nomination. But that November, Shaheen trounced Lamontagne to become governor. She'd go on to become the first woman to serve as both governor and senator. Very historic and very consequential for our state and indeed for our country, what happened in 1996. So what happened in 1996? The Republican primary gubernatorial vote was almost double that of the Democratic vote. And yet Shaheen trounced Lamontagne in the general election. Now, interestingly, even though she received only 52,000 votes in the primary, she received 284,000 votes in the general election. So what happened seems to involve a concerted effort on the part of some folks from one party to declare as independents or unaffiliated, and frankly, to control the outcome of the other party's primary. The popular Zelliff had experience and name recognition, and probably it was seen as near unbeatable in a general election. And despite passionate conservative support, Lamontagne had limited experience and could be portrayed by some as an ideologue. As I said, and I like Ovid. So the other party seems to have gone all in for Lamontagne over Zelliff in that September 1996 GOP primary. And this is going to take on a partisan flavor, and I feel a little bad about that. I have a lot of great friends in the other party, family members, co-sponsors, but it is what it is, and I just feel I need to say these things because they need to be said. So, there were folks, as I've said before, who seem to clearly have signed on to vote in the GOP primary, who obviously were not Republicans and really did not want Zelliff to be the nominee. So how do we know this? Well, some admitted it. One told me directly, and the numbers bear this out. Shaheen's primary vote total was only slightly ahead of that of both Zelliff's and Lamontagne's. And I read you the numbers. Zelliff and Lamontagne combined for almost 100,000 votes to Shaheen's 52,000, as erstwhile independents, undeclared, or unaffiliateds voted for Lamontagne. So why does this matter today? Well, fast forward to 2022, just a few months ago. One party apparently again made a concerted effort to intrude on the other party's primary and pick their preferred opponents in several federal races in particular. Now, how do we know this? Well, because again, some folks admitted it. And it's documented that one party literally spent millions of dollars to influence the other party's primary outcome. Was this legal? Maybe, maybe not, not technically. Was it unethical? Maybe. And actually, some of the shenanigans were illegal. According to published reports, 4 illegal political mailers were sent to the second CD district, which were identified by state investigators. But both the mailing company that sent the mailers and its politically connected law firm refused to identify the customer, according to the New Hampshire Attorney General. So, Reynolds DeWalt, and this is all public record, a direct mail printing company in New Bedford, Massachusetts, admitted to sending the mailers, but initially refused to say who paid for them. So here are some fresh numbers from just last September. In the second CD primary, GOP candidates received 63,868 votes. Annie Custer received only 48,630 votes. And yet, like Shaheen in 1996, Custer rolled to an overwhelming general election victory. It is what it is. It was what it was. So it seems apparent that many, again, non-Republicans voting in Republican primaries are selecting candidates that most Republicans don't want. It's some see it as unethical, some see it as scandalous. Now, who says so? Democrats with integrity who are embarrassed and appalled say so. 34 prominent national Democrats of integrity signed an open letter decrying the shenanigans, the mischief. One of the signatories was New Hampshire Democrat Dick Sweat of Bow, a former congressman, former ambassador. So to close this out, I'm going to read in part what Congressman Sweat signed on to. Quote, as members of the Democratic Party, we are dismayed by the recent practices of Democratic organizations intervening in Republican primaries to promote candidates. These destructive primary tactics aim to elevate Republican candidates who Democrats hope they can more easily beat in November. But it is risky and unethical to promote such candidates. We must stop this practice and stop today, unquote. That from Congressman Sweat. Thank you, Ambassador Sweat. So, New Hampshire's primary elections are seen by many as to be compromised. Many of us think it's wrong. Many of us think it's unethical. Many of us think it's scandalous. It creates cynicism. Some of us think it is a blight on our electoral processes and an embarrassment to our state. But many folks wink and nod and snicker at the mischief. HB 101 would fix this. Democratic primaries would be for Democrats. Republican primaries would be for Republicans. Imagine that. And yes, we know the arguments against closed primaries. And yes, we know about 40% of our electorate are independents, erstwhile independents, but c'est la vie. So I know this bill, as you have it, may need some fine tuning with dates. I know you have other bills that you're going to be taking up on moving the primary dates. That may or may not happen. That is really going to be determined in this committee. So because the committee will own these bills, you obviously can amend this one or other ones at will. And finally, there is a wonderful 1939 movie. I know many of you have seen it, 1939, called Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. Jimmy Stewart played a guy named Jefferson Smith, a man who was appointed to be a senator from a western state. You know, the movie's loosely based on an actual senator in the 1920s who went to Washington from Montana and was horrified by the shenanigans and the mischief going on in what some now call the swamp. But in the movie, Jefferson Smith took on these corrupt practices, shined a light on them, and made a difference. This inspiring movie was nominated for 11 Academy Awards. So I just hope that we can find some New Hampshire versions of Mr. Smith to address the shenanigans that are happening in our state. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Yes.
Hi, Joan Hamblett. Thank you for taking my question. Hello.
So I just need a clarification. In paragraph 3, it says no, basically says no undeclared person shall affiliate with a party within 4 months of the state primary election. So does that mean you have to register, if you want to vote for a party in the primary, you have to register for that party before 4 months?
Sure. Yes. Thank you for the question. It's a good question. And yes, there's a need, obviously, to, if some measure such as this is to move forward, there needs to be some timelines and some deadlines. And so those are the deadlines that we put in as they're necessary. And as I said before, if this were to be, and I know this will go to exec session, and I don't know what will happen with it, but you certainly can look at these deadlines and timelines. And I think it would be healthy to look at those. And as I said before, if the other measures that seek to change the primary date, if this committee recommends any of those, then these deadlines and timelines certainly could be, rethought or adjusted.
Okay, and follow-up question?
Follow up?
So then the next sentence means that if a person is registered with a party, they can't change their party until before the first Wednesday in June. So they,
Yes, thank you. And that's correct. Again, there needs to be some definition and timelines, again, deadlines. So that is the intent of the first Wednesday in June and the day before the state primary election is to provide that definition and those deadlines or timelines. But certainly you all could change if you wanted to.
okay, thank you very much.
Further questions? Representative Muirhead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. You've compared in the gubernatorial race of 1996 and I think the second congressional district race 2022, the primary vote with the general election vote for former Governor Shaheen and Congresswoman Custer. What fraction, let's just look at the Custer race from 2022, what fraction of Representative Custer's general election vote would you expect to see show up and vote for her in the uncontested primary?
That's a great question. And I've thought about that as I looked at these numbers, given the relatively small numbers of votes that both Custer or Shaheen got in the primaries that I mentioned, and then the huge votes that they get in the general election. So some of that's to be expected. And thank you for the question. Excellent question, one I've already thought about. There is obviously more participation in a general election. I know the Secretary of State's here, and he can speak to this much better than me. But in terms of anticipated percentages, that goes to the nub of the concern here, is that many of us, given the huge numbers that the two candidates I mentioned received in the general, why were their primary totals comparatively so small? And that is what led some of us to think that many people who supported either State Senator Shaheen or Congresswoman Custer just didn't vote for her in the primaries. They chose to vote in the other primary to influence that outcome. So what percentage would I expect? I would have expected, frankly, to answer the question, that the percentage of voters for both those candidates would have been much higher in the primary. And why wasn't it that way? Well, that's the point of my earlier testimony. Does that answer your question at all? Or?
Oh, yeah, thank you. Thank you very kindly. Yes.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Lane.
Thank you, Representative. The way I understand this, then, if you move into New Hampshire within the 4 months or whatever the period is, you would not then be able to select either party, Democrats or Republicans, if you move into the state new within that time period. Is that
Yes, thank you.
correct?
That's another great question. And I'm so happy to see the Secretary of State here because it's something he may be able to speak to better than me. Because again, as to the earlier question, the necessary timelines and deadlines could conceivably preclude some folks from participating in the primary the same way that they do now. So I think the timelines and deadlines are essential and necessary. Great question, because if somebody does move in, would they be precluded by this language from registering to vote in a primary? And that's something that and those of us who care about this, talked about. But the purpose of a closed primary is to ensure the integrity of the primary and that the people who vote in the primary are truly members of the party. Now, going way back, and I've been around for a while, in New Hampshire, there used to be deadlines. So you had to, register to vote like 30 days or whatever at different times in our history. And now we've come to this model where we have same-day registration. That is another issue. But again, thank you for the excellent question. And I look forward to the Secretary of State, if he gets a chance to say anything, to maybe touching on that. Does that help you at all? Thank you for the question. Sure.
Follow up.
Well, it's technically not a follow-up, so if there's anybody else, you can come back to me.
Looks like we're done.
Then it's not a follow-up, it's a new question. The existing statute allows a party to only allow party members to vote in their primary. So my question is, if this is something that the Republicans or the Democrats wanted to do, don't they now have the mechanism to do that?
Okay, thank you for the question. So you just stated that the existing statute only allows party members to vote in primaries. Did I hear you correctly?
No, it allows the party to make that decision and do that option. It's in 659-14.
I'm going to have to look at that again. I don't want to give you an answer unless I'm exactly sure how I'm phrasing it. So that's a piece of this I want to look at again in terms of party control over, registering or participating in a primary. And for the third or fourth time, I'm so pleased that the Secretary of State is here because he I'm sure could explain some of the history or how that works better than me.
All right. Thank you, Representative Moffett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And now we begin the part where I mangle names. I will do my best. Charlotte Pogu. You gotta hit the button on the right. It'll light up red. There you go.
Aha. All right. My name is Charlotte Pogue. I'm registered as undeclared in the town of Brookline. And as was mentioned, there are more registered undeclareds than there are Republicans and more than there are Democrats. If this bill passes, my understanding is that undeclareds will be disenfranchised for primaries at least, unless they re-register as Republican or Democrat 4 months before the election, before many people have even made up their minds, and that's an imposition. I'd like to see government of the people, by the people, and for the people, instead of what we have now, which is government of the parties, by the lobbyists, and for the money. My ideas for better elections, how about open ballots, even in the primaries? Put everybody on the ballot. I can vote for a Republican for governor and a Democrat for, I don't know, dog catcher. And another idea which I really favor is ranked choice voting. And if we really want to get somewhere, we could eliminate the parties, because to me, party warfare is why government very often fails to govern for the people. Let's see, just as an aside, I volunteered to work for the election this year because they needed people to check in. And I was told that I couldn't do that because I was undeclared. The rules are there must be an even number of people checking in voters, and half of them must be Republicans and half of them must be Democrats. No undeclareds. So I needed to re-register just to volunteer to help with the recent election, and then get myself back to undeclared afterwards. I don't know, I just feel undeclareds are not getting the proper respect. So I'd like to see this particular law not pass. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Stephen Bourne? Bourne, one of those.
Good afternoon. I'm obviously Stephen Bourne, for those of you who don't know me. You'll be seeing quite a bit of me this year throughout these hearings, as I was at quite a few last year. I'll be speaking against measures that are not in the best interest of the state, and I'll be speaking for ones that do help us get more engaged and choose to spend more of our time to manage all the government we buy every year, whether that's local, state, county, or federal. Why? Well, my hobby is to get all of our citizens to choose to spend a small fraction of their time helping to better manage all the government services we buy every year. So for the past dozen years, if you don't know, I've been running our local civic group, where we put out a monthly email that says what went on in town, what are the key things from select board, planning, etc. The goal is to help people be more educated and more informed, and hence participate more in our government. So, and also the National Civic League has got back to us and told us they haven't found anyone across the country that does quite what we do as far as our newsletter, the Citizens Handbook Guide, the analysis of budgets, etc. I also publish the New Hampshire Common Denominator newsletter. So if you want to get involved in one of these nonpartisan groups across the state, how do you do it? Who do you get involved with? And so that's what the New Hampshire Common Denominator newsletter does. Today is an against day, okay? You were elected to represent the people, not a political party. It was sort of embarrassing, this measure's even being discussed, because it doesn't pass the first litmus test that I have, is how does it help all the people? It's focused on helping just the parties, all right? All right. It actually does the worst, the opposite. It's creating more barriers and obstacles to get people to get involved. One of the things that the representative didn't mention, when he talks about how many people participated in the primary, it's an incredibly small number. All right. We should be focused on what do we need to do to get more people across the board involved in voting in the primaries. This is a Jim Crow type of law that we're putting, and we're having to spend our time to work on this. All right. I'm not going to go line item by line item on this measure, cutting it to shreds, because I assume no one is really going to be supporting this moving forward. Because as it was mentioned earlier, things like this, if it does pass, will drive even more polarization. And that's not what we need. And I think one of the questions, pointed out one of the absurdities of the way it's written today. The dates may change, but as an undeclared voter, you want me to pick my party before I even know who's running? The filing period doesn't even start before the clock starts. How am I going to know which side I want to vote for when I don't even know who's put their name in the hat? All right. It's impossible to make that decision as an undeclared voter. All right. You also have to remember that our Constitution does not say we must have political parties. Our state laws are set up so that they can't exist. All right. Do the political parties pay for these primaries? No, they do not. All right. They're a gift from all of us that we contribute to make them happen. All right. This committee, maybe Secretary Scanlon could help. I have no idea what the Secretary of State's office has to spend to produce all those ballots, manage it, control all that, et cetera. You got the supervisor of the checklist. I mean, the primary job is to make sure who can vote in the general elections, in the local elections. You know, keeping track of the R's and D's and everything else is an additional task that also we have to pay for. Just some back of the envelope math. My town's 2022 budget had a $30,000 line item that was for 3 elections. So if we take a third of that, all right, that's $10,000. There's 326 polling stations across New Hampshire. All right, let's round down. Call that $3 million. All right, that is spent on those primaries. Not even talking the presidential primary, just the president that we're spending. We heard that, you know, the numbers, the last posted from the Secretary of State, 36%. The representative said it's around 40%. They're undeclared voters. But if we just call that a third, us undeclared voters are paying $1 million a year for primaries that it's going to be very difficult to participate in, and that you're raising the bar for us to get involved with. The earlier speaker mentioned it, and I assume that Representative Moffett is going to start working with Representative Reed behind me, who is putting forth legislation for ranked choice voting. I think if he, you know, put his efforts and others behind ranked choice voting, this bill would have never, ever come, because we won't need it when there's things like ranked choice voting. Any questions for me? I'll answer them.
There do not appear to be any. Thank you.
All right, and you came late last year. I gave the last chairman a copy of my book, but I didn't bring any with me today.
Tiani Coleman.
Thank you. I have a copy of my statement, and I'm probably just going to read it. But before I do that, I just wanted to comment on a couple things that are not in my statement. I would like to draw your attention to a group called Open Primaries. They may or may not have submitted something online for this. I don't know. There's also a group called Center for an Independent and Sustainable Democracy that just opened up at Arizona State University. And both groups are doing a lot of research on the impact of independent voters in our country and on open versus closed primaries. And I know that Open Primaries recently sponsored a research project that was done out of Princeton University that showed that that there really is very little mischief that takes place in open primaries. I know it was somewhat of an issue this last year, but overall, when they do the research, it gets more attention and more word than the actual data shows. That the actual data shows that there's very little mischief that takes place in open primaries by party rating, that really does not happen. It's talked about, and maybe a very few people do it, but it's not something that impacts the outcome. So I, of course, am speaking today in opposition of HB 101. I'm a resident of Amherst, New Hampshire. My family and I have resided here for nearly 9.5 years. I'm registered as an independent, undeclared with a party. I'm also the president of New Hampshire Independent Voters, as well as president of New Hampshire Ranked Choice Voting, but I speak today in my hat as president of New Hampshire Independent Voters and as a resident and undeclared voter myself. Both of those groups are 100% comprised of citizen volunteers and are nonpartisan and nonprofit. I'm also a licensed attorney here in the state of New Hampshire. I have spoken before on similar bills in the past, and some of you have already heard what I have to say, but I notice that this committee is comprised of many new members that have never heard these things. So as you've already heard today, in New Hampshire, there are more voters who are registered as independents or undeclared than registered as either Republicans or Democrats. Then the numbers are always in flux, but we have almost 40% registered undeclared, 31% registered Democrats and 30% registered Republicans in the state of New Hampshire with the last data that I checked. New Hampshire has a long tradition of allowing this large independent undeclared voting bloc to participate in its state-funded primary elections. Undeclared voters are currently allowed to show up at the primary election on primary election day, choose a party's ballot, cast their vote, and then they can reassert their desire to be undeclared on their way out the door. But by requiring voters to register with the party at least 4 months before the primary election in order to be eligible to vote in the primary, HB 101 would do away with this tradition, and it would disenfranchise independent undeclared voters who have purposely chosen not to affiliate with a political party. We New Hampshire independent voters assert that no person should be required to register with a political party as a condition of voting in a determinative public election. Although our current party primary system is for the selection of party nominees, that selection will determine who will appear on the general election ballot, and it has a huge ramifications as to who our representatives in public office will ultimately be. Independent voters should not be shut out from these consequential decisions. Although I have not had the opportunity this year to contact the leaders of the Democratic and Republican parties about their position on HB 101, I do believe that this committee should do so, because if either party is opposed to this bill would be unconstitutional. Public record shows that the parties were against a similar bill in the past, and I have a source here. This is a quote from the source that came from the Republican Bylaws Committee, I think it was of 2021. If we were to adopt a closed primary, it would be very likely result in a drop in participation in Republican primaries and or a boost in registered Democrats. It may also put our first in the nation presidential primary in jeopardy by reducing the number of voters who would participate. I believe that the New Hampshire Democratic Party would also feel similarly about closing their primaries. If the parties themselves are opposed to closing their primaries, the state should not close them by fiat. Not only do independent voters, our group, we believe that it's a violation of the Equal Protection Clause for parties to close state-funded primaries, although or for parties to use the state to close state-funded primaries, although that has not been determined. That's just what we believe should be the determination. But what the Supreme Court has determined, and they have opined that it's unconstitutional, a violation of the right of association, for the state to close primaries when the parties desire them to be open. And that comes from the case Tajahan versus Republican Party of Connecticut, 1986 case. So as an undeclared voter in New Hampshire and as president of New Hampshire Independent Voters, I respectfully ask you to vote HB 101 to be inexpedient to legislate, as it will disenfranchise so many independent undeclared voters. We independent voters do not vote based on party. We tend to view issues in a more careful and nuanced fashion than simply accepting the party line or party talking point. And when it comes to candidates, we prefer to vote for the person over the party. Sometimes we may select a Republican ballot, sometimes we may select a Democratic ballot, and not for mischief, but because that's based on our conscience of who we want to vote for the most. We wish we could vote for different parties in different races, but we have to vote all one party in one race, even as it stands now. It'd be even worse if we have to register 4 months before. We probably just won't vote in the primary, which is really sad. So for the, sometimes we vote for third party or independent candidates. It always depends on the issues and the circumstances. So for this and other reasons, we do not want to be required to register with a political party in order to have our voice heard in determinative primary elections, in order to have a say as to who will appear on the general election ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you willing to take questions? It's always okay to say no.
I'm more than welcome. Yeah, sure, if anyone has any. Sorry.
Representative Land.
Thank you. And it's a simple question. I'm taking the clerk's place, and you mentioned a group in Arizona, and I just wanted to get the name of it because I couldn't write fast enough.
It's the Center for an Independent and Sustainable Democracy.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Sorry. Any other questions?
Think we're all good? Thank you. Representative Horrigan.
Okay, we're under a lot of pressure to be nice and not too partisan, so I will abide by that as well as I can. Well, first of all, some of the claims Representative Moffat's claim I find implausible. Speaking of bipartisanship, I happen to be a friend of Ovid LaMontagne, who I have a lot of respect for, even though I disagree with him on many issues, and I'm pretty sure he won that primary back in 1996 because more Republicans favored him over whoever it was, Bill Zeliff, and he's come close in a couple other primaries. I think certainly his success is not because of Democrats crossing over to meddle in the primary. I'm a very partisan Democrat. I'm also a member of my town committee as well as a rep, and I can guarantee you that we're just not organizing to get people to vote in the other party's primary. We have enough trouble getting people to vote in our own primary for candidates they like. And some of the more independent Democratic-minded voters might occasionally cross over to Republican primary if they think ours is boring, but that would be more to vote against someone they really don't like rather than putting someone who's a weak candidate in just to increase the Democrats' chance. And both parties, I have to admit, have put up some pretty questionable candidates. I think Bob Burns also probably beat George Hansel fair and square. That was not because of anything Andy Custer doing. George Hansel's problem was probably that Andy Custer was much better at being a Democrat than he was. But Bob Burns, I don't think was that terrible a candidate, and we had like three very weak governor's candidates, and we did a lot better when we got Senator Sherman. And I don't think Molly Kelly or Colin Van Ostern or Dan Feltis won because Republicans were crossing over and voting in our primary. They won our primaries on their own merits, and they did the best they could in both the primary and the general election. So I think this bill is certainly anti-small d Democratic. It's also taking away a long-established right that our citizens, most of whom are registered as undeclared, and even most of the Republicans and Democrats are not as partisan as those of us who hold office or lead the party apparatus. So I think it's unfair. It's unfair that it takes away a long-established right at a time when there's a perception that voting rights are under attack, and it's also unnecessary. I mean, if you rather than mandating closed primaries, I think there's already a provision that they can have a convention if a party prefers not to have a primary. And if you want to allow primaries to opt to have a closed primary, that idea might have some merit. Bear in mind, it would be incredibly unpopular and probably would not help that party at all in the general election. So I just speaking as a speaking as a state representative and a citizen of New Hampshire, and also like somebody who has a certain affection for Ovid LaMontagne in particular, who I think was unfairly maligned here. I would say this bill is a terrible idea, and you should ITL it at your first opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you. Questions? Okay, thank you. Representative Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and honorable members of the committee. For the record, my name is Ellen Reed and I represent Newmarket and Newfields. And I have to admit, I feel kind of bad because I feel like we've been beating up on the prime sponsor so far, nonstop string of opposed. But I am also opposed to this bill, but I'm glad I heard the prime sponsor introduce the rationale behind it. It may surprise the prime sponsor, although it probably doesn't surprise anybody who knows me well, that I actually was also very much opposed to what we heard in the media, the behavior of one party trying to interfere in the other party's primary this last election cycle. And in fact, I signed an online petition. I would happily add my name to the list of names that the prime sponsor mentioned. But I don't think that this bill is the right way to go about fixing that particular type of problem. I would be in favor of making the behavior of a party interfering in another party's primary illegal. But this bill doesn't go after parties. This bill goes after voters. This bill goes specifically after independent voters in a state that's not just majority or plurality independent voters, but proudly independent. We are proudly independent as a state. I should have included in my introduction that along with Tiani, I was one of the founding members of New Hampshire Independent Voters long before I ran for office when she founded that organization. So when I see a bill that, I mean, imagine as a voter that you're used to same-day registration, you're used to all of this kind of small d democracy we have and we're so proud of in this state, and then you show up and to vote, and I mean, how many thousands of people would be denied on primary day? And again, as was already stated, but I think it's worth reiterating, the deadline that's put forward in the bill is before the candidates would be able to even file. So how in the world would you be able to choose which party to vote in? One of the things that the prime sponsor mentioned is the rationale of this may be a really pervasive problem of parties interfering in each other's primaries, was the idea that if you have a primary on one side and the turnout in the primary is lower than what that candidate gets in the general, then that looks suspicious. But that's not actually how that works. Primary turnout is based on the horse raciness of the primary. This past election cycle, I'll just speak as a Democrat, the Democrats did not have very interesting primaries. We did not have very interesting primaries for any of the major offices. And so our turnout was quite low in the primary. But that doesn't mean that they were all voting in the other party's primary. It just means they didn't bother to come out to vote in the primary, whereas they were motivated to vote in the general. So just because you have those low turnout numbers and I think the prime sponsor admitted that the Jean Shaheen race was an uncontested gubernatorial primary election. So you're going to have low turnout. It's uncontested. That doesn't mean that there's, shenanigans afoot. However, I will say, because there has been evidence of shenanigans, as is the case with the news reports we heard of this last election cycle, that those shenanigans are exactly why voters become independent to begin with. The idea that the two-party system is bitter and divided and polarizing and we hate each other and we're always like going after each other. It's why people want to be undeclared to begin with. And so to punish those people, I don't think is fair, and I don't think it actually is going to get at the heart of the problem. I will also say that the prime sponsor might be gratified and perhaps less angry at me if I tell him that when I teach American government, I always show my students a clip from Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. But with that, I'll end it. I'll take any questions, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? All right, thank you.
And I didn't pay anyone to talk about ranked choice voting.
Representative C.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name's Alvin C., and I represent Merrimack District 26, which is a flotarial district with 8 towns in it. I support House Bill 101. I feel it is important for voters in primary elections to associate with a party to which they want to vote in. A primary is specifically for party organization, not for general accommodation of the public. If you're not interested in participating in a party, then the primary is not a good place to be. The main thing on the primaries is to replace the so-called backroom deals in party conventions, which previously were used to select party candidates, was always by convention. And there was a lot of wheeling and dealing and everything else that went on in those back rooms, and that's what people wanted to get away from. So that's why we have state paid for primary elections. But it is still to accommodate the individual parties as to selecting their candidates to run in the general election. Anyone who doesn't really want to associate with a party, and the parties have statements of principles or party platforms or however you want to refer to it, so that you can decide for yourself whether that's a group you want to associate with, regardless of who the candidates are, then your turn to participate is in the general election. That's where everybody votes for, no matter who the parties are, including minor parties and everything else. As far as the bill itself is concerned, I do suggest that you set it up, if you were going to pass this, to accommodate possible moving of the primaries, so that this doesn't become an accidental oversight when that happens. And also on line 27, where it says the day before, that should now say the day after. That day before was in there to accommodate people who were going to vote on primary day to pick a ballot by choosing which party to join, voting in the on that ballot, and then getting out of that party. So technically, by joining a party and taking a ballot from that party, you are a member of the party. So it's a closed primary. It's only people who are registered in that party get to vote on that ballot. It's just that some people take advantage of it and are able to disassociate with the party immediately after the election. I feel this bill ought to pass, and I wish to thank you, and I'll take any questions if there are any.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? All right, thank you, Representative. I think this is Sam Bourne.
Hello, my name is Sam Bourne. I'm 18 years old. I live in Rye, and I was a graduate of Portsmouth High School in 2022. I am here to speak against the bill because I believe fundamentally it will lower voter turnout. What you are doing and what this bill is going to do is it will add an increase in a restriction, making it harder for people to vote in the primary. I know there's a line in the bill that says it's going to educate voters to change their party registration 4 months ahead of time. In my experience, dealing with kids my age, that is incredibly unlikely. Right now, the youth voter turnout rate in the general election for kids 18 to 19 is at 13%. Getting kids my age, 18, 19, college age, to turn out and vote in general elections, much less the primaries, is almost impossible. If you want to have kids do something 4 months ahead of time, that is not going to happen. I mean, 2-3% might switch their party registration in time, but the future of this country, youth voter turnout in the primaries, is not going to happen, and this bill is going to decrease registration in those primaries. I think we can all agree that less people voting in elections is a bad thing for democracy. Now, the second point is, what problem does this bill actually solve? Now, when presented, the representative gave two examples, one case from 1996 and one case from 2022. In both of those cases, the Democratic elections with Jean Shaheen in 1996 and Annie Kuster in 2022, she ran unopposed. The two Republican primaries, by contrast, had two candidates running for those nominations. So it makes a lot more sense that people aren't going to vote in an election where it's uncontested as opposed to an election where there is a contest. We can look at that, and you can actually see in the primary results for Chris Sununu in 2022, he only got 100,000 votes in the primary election, give or take. But in the general election, he won by more than 350,000 votes. Where did those extra votes come from? Not from just the Republican primaries, but from because people did not vote in the election because it was not contested. What is happening in the different elections when people vote in primaries or not in primaries is because independent voters are choosing to come and vote in the election where it is contested. People won't turn out if there isn't a race to vote for. So the cases and the examples don't really hold. And you go to the third part of the reason why the Democratic Party, the National Democratic Party, is moving to try to take away New Hampshire from its presidential primary position. One of the reasons there's a law in place, and the Secretary of State can go into more examples, that New Hampshire has to be the first primary in the nation. What is going to happen in that case? Unlikely, hard to tell, but one of the reasons that they removed Iowa from the primary list is because they had caucuses. Caucuses mean that less people could turn out. This bill will be adding an increased restriction, meaning less people will be able to turn out in the primaries. When that happens, that's going to give the National Democratic Party one more reason to help take the primary away from New Hampshire. By making it harder, by lowering voter turnout, the Democrats will have an increased incentive to take the primary away from New Hampshire. I ask you not to give them one more reason to strip New Hampshire of that right. Now, the final part is that this state is the live free or die state. You should be free to do what you want to do. As Ronald Reagan said, government is not the solution, government is the problem. This is an increased bill. This is another bill that is putting another restriction and another mandate forcing people to what they can or cannot do. As George Washington said, political parties are potent engines by which cunning and ambitious and unprincipled men will be able to subvert the power of the people and usurp the reins of government. Fundamentally, this bill will be decreasing the amount of people who turn out in primaries. It will be decreasing people's rights to exercise their political rights by adding another step to it, making it harder, and this will make this less of a state. I urge you to vote against this bill because this is New Hampshire. We ought to be able to live free and die, and more government regulations and more government restrictions based on two examples from 1996 and 2022. There is not a problem. We do not need to be creating more regulations to solve a problem hurting democracy, youth voter turnout, the potential New Hampshire primaries, and this state's long-term democratic health and future. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Representative Brennan?
It's not a question, but I just want to say thank you for taking the time to come out. It's really important that youth turn out, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
So that was really nice, but this time is only 4 questions. Are there any actual questions? All right, thank you. Looks like Natch Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nate Graves for the Municipal Association. Since this is my first time up here, I'll introduce the association for those of you who are new representatives. We are a nonprofit, nonpartisan, voluntary membership organization that currently represents all 234 cities and towns in New Hampshire. We do a number of things. We provide legal advice to cities and towns. We do trainings. That's probably what we're best known for. And we also come here and advocate on behalf of our members based on the policy positions that they adopt during our legislative policy conference, which occurs shortly before the general election in each general election year. We are opposed to this piece of legislation. We have a policy position to support registration and voting processes that are not unnecessarily complex or burdensome either to voters or election officials. Under our existing system, it allows unaffiliated voters to decide which primary to vote in when they show up on election day. It's a well-known system. It's well established. We've had it in place for about 30 years now, and it runs very well. So we think that is the appropriate policy position to keep at this time. And of course, you've heard from many other speakers with other reasons as well. I don't want to take up too much of the committee's time, so I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions? All right. Secretary Scanlon, were you going to testify or just here as a resource?
I will testify.
Are you for, against it, or just providing information?
Just providing information. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm David Scanlon, Secretary of State. Here not taking a position on the bill, but offering some information that might help you make a decision on it. As was mentioned in some prior testimony, there have been some courts around the country that have opined on this issue, and what they say is that it is the parties that get to decide who participates in the party primary. One of the reasons for that is to keep a party in power from inflicting on the other party legislation that might determine who gets to participate in that party's primary. So that's not happening in this case, but it could under different circumstances. Representative Lane had mentioned that position established by the courts is already in our statute, in RSA 659:14, Roman numeral 2. And what that statute says basically is that if the party gives the Secretary of State notice well in advance of the election, they can limit who participates in their primary. Not only limit, but they could open it up. So both parties, the Democratic Party and the Republican Party in New Hampshire, both allow undeclared voters to participate. But there's nothing to prevent the parties from saying, the Republican Party could let Democrats participate also and vice versa. Or they could tighten it up and just say, we only want members of our party to participate in our primary election. We also have a statute that says that on the day before the filing period in June opens up, supervisors of the checklist have to hold a session for registered voters who belong to a political party to be able to change their party affiliation, either to the other party or to undeclared status. And once that deadline goes by, they are locked in to that status and will hold that through the primary election. The other answer to a question that was asked earlier about what about a new voter that wants to register within that window between the filing period and the primary? If a new registration, a brand new registration, is received by the supervisors of the checklist in a town or city, that voter gets to declare their party affiliation on that registration, and they are not denied the right to vote because they're registering within that window. That's all I have to say, Mr. Chairman. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. We are 5 minutes past the next hearing. Would it be okay if members had questions that they send them to you directly?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Representative Ankerberg, can you send up the blue sheet for House Bill 101, please? Gonna need that up here. Representative Kennedy. I need that up here. So we had one sign in for, one sign in against. Closes the public hearing on House Bill 101. Okay, there we go. We'll open the public hearing on House Bill 116. Welcome, Representative Sweeney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of House Election Law. This is the first time I am testifying to election law, not as a member of the committee. So fourth term and first term not on the Committee of Election Law. So thank you again for the opportunity to introduce House Bill 116 relative to fees and primary petitions required for primary ballot election access. The increase here might cause a bit of sticker shock to you, understandably so, but I do want to stress the increases are only for campaigns running for the United States Senate, the United States Congress, and the office of governor within the two registered political parties. No other position sees an increase. It is a privilege to be placed on the ballot for consideration by your respective political party in our state primary elections. Statistically, candidates vying for the Democrat or Republican nomination have a substantial chance of winning their elections in our state, and the privilege of party-based ballot access needs to be cognizant of this fact. There will be no increase in this bill for third-party candidates to get on the general election ballot, nor do we limit the ability of someone to run a write-in campaign if they are passionate about declaring themselves a candidate, but they miss either the financial or petition threshold set by this law. You may ask yourself, why are we doing this? Why are we submitting this legislation? As one ambivalent and torn observer on Twitter stated quite eloquently, on the one hand, it limits ability to run for high office. On the other, it limits ability to run for high office. $10,000 or 25,000 petitions made by members of their party for statewide office is a fair barrier for the privilege of ballot access for the United States Senate and governor, and fairly so, the filing fee or number of signatures is cut in half to run for a seat in Congress. For someone to be able to pay just a nominal fee or submit a relative handful of petitions and get their name printed on every September primary ballot for their party detracts from the process and only adds to voter confusion when they get to the ballot box. Many will hear from anywhere from 3 to 5 candidates when they pay close attention to who is running in their respective party primaries for office. When they get to the ballot box, they are sometimes surprised to see over a dozen names running for a high-level office after watching every debate, television ad, and getting mail that only listed certain candidates. To run successfully statewide or to be a member of Congress for half our state, one should be required to demonstrate a requisite base of support for their election. By instituting a reasonable barrier, whether it be financial or petition-based, we will require an individual to do one of 3 things. Likely, they will raise the campaign contributions to pay for the filing fee. Compared to the cost of television ads, mailers, digital ads, and other means of communications, not to mention the staffing and general operations of a campaign, $10,000 for a statewide office and $5,000 for a congressional run is a fraction of what a competent and competitive campaign is expected to spend. Another option would be the candidate self-funding part or all of the filing fee in order to get on the ballot. As vain as we may consider some candidates to be, running for office is not a vanity project, and I highly doubt anyone would be vain enough to spend such a sum without putting together an equally impressive campaign operation that showcases a serious candidate who is dedicated to the idea of actually serving in the office that they're running for. Thirdly, the candidate has the ability to collect signatures and have their team collect signatures to get on the ballot. This is actually the option I would recommend to a U.S. Senate, gubernatorial, or congressional campaign to pursue. It gives them a list of 25,000 plus Granite Staters in their party willing to get them on the ballot and would require them to build a campaign operation that stretches throughout the state to some broad appeal, not just to party activists, but to rank and file members of their respective parties that are not obsessed with our political culture 24/7. Such a campaign and requirement for elected office would force candidates to reach out and appeal to voters, not just in the weeks before a primary election, but in the months before candidate filing, one-on-one, getting signatures and building a campaign team and organization capable of such a task. I'm happy to take any questions, and I really do want to stress, as with any legislation that we consider, and typically the legislation that I like to file, the sponsorship team and I are more than happy to have as many conversations as it takes to work on this legislation and get a bill or a version of this bill across the finish line this term, so we can strengthen our primary ballot access process, and I believe make our election process in New Hampshire greater for it. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Representative Bohm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. I have more concern with the presidential where people can file for hardly anything. But the problem is, wouldn't it be better than if you can spend this amount of money or file for this amount of money, and then if you get a certain percentage of the vote, you can get money back? What do you think of that idea?
I personally would be opposed to it. And I actually think we heard testimony in the previous bill hearing talking about the state funding these elections. And I actually think a great solution to that is having the candidates running for high office in both parties essentially funding the cost of printing ballots for the primary elections, which I think based on the fiscal note, this bill would in effect do. Not knowing the exact specific numbers on the cost for September primary ballot printing, but it does, in my assessment, it should stay with the state to help cover the cost of getting their name in every town.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So speaking of the fiscal note, in the fiscal note, it states in the year 2024 and the fiscal year for 2026 that the state revenue would be $301,950. Now, that is a sum that is made up of upwards of 40 candidates, as you have listed here, 7 of which running for governor, 14 running for Senate, 19 running for Congress. Is this something that we can expect year after year? And if so, this seems like a high number to be saying that we should count on for every single election.
Thank you, Representative, for the question. I was not involved in OLS's construction of the fiscal note with LBA. I believe they based off the numbers off consulting with the Secretary of State for historic trends for candidates that do run for office on both sides of the aisle. And those were their projections for 2024 filing and 2026 filing. We could very well have 12 Republicans and 12 Democrats run for the next U.S. Senate race in 2026 or the next open gubernatorial race where there's an open primary on both sides. Again, the fiscal note that's included wasn't part of my piece of legislation. It's attached to the bill as what the Secretary of State working with LBA advised would be a likely or potential fiscal note impact for the bill.
Follow up.
Thank you. So for my follow-up question, the cost to run for president for filing is $1,000. Now, this would make it so that the cost to run for governor is 10 times that of what it would be to run for president. Do you have any thoughts on why that number was chosen?
The presidential primary on both sides at $1,000 still sees 30 to 40 people even file for the Republican and Democrat primary, whether there's an incumbent president or not. With this legislation, it was focused on the September primary. I think there is a bit of a different distinction between the presidential preference primary that we engage in for the state as first in the nation primary, and the state primary that elects our state's elected officials. So that's where I would draw the line and distinguishment there.
Further questions? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see it. Go ahead. Representative Brennan.
Thank you. One of the prime bipartisan arguments for maintaining New Hampshire's first in the nation status is that anyone can succeed in New Hampshire. Anyone.
Yeah.
So am I understanding this proposal correctly to say that one must have a war chest or a complete campaign organization in order to just file?
One in June or whenever the filing period is, has to demonstrate the ability, if they're running for governor, U.S. Senate, or Congress, that they either have raised the funds necessary to file to get on the ballot, or they have a campaign operation and grassroots support to support them getting on the ballot as well. It doesn't limit who can do it. We could still have 10 people running in a primary. We could still have 20 people running in a primary. They would just have to put the effort in to get onto the privilege of being on the ballot. We keep the fees for executive council and state senate the same, and currently drafted in the bill. We actually zeroed out the state representative fee. And I believe originally we intended it to make it so that state representative candidates would be required to get 5 signatures from their neighbors in order to get on the ballot. But I don't know if that actually made it into the OLS draft, so I'm not going to commit to that version of the bill at this time. But that was, I will say, the original intent when we were drafting the legislation. But for the races of governor, U.S. Senate, and Congress, a reasonable threshold is put in place through this bill.
Thank you. Further questions? Representative Land.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Sweeney, can you tell me how the number 5,000 and the number 10,000 were chosen? And then again, why the number for the petitions was chosen?
So I can say for the congressional races, 5,000 and 12,500 petitions, we just cut in half the 10,000 and 25,000. And when approaching 10,000 and 25,000, 10,000 is currently the maximum individual donation a individual can give to a gubernatorial campaign for the pre-filing and then the primary period in state law. So outside of an individual giving them money, outside of them, a candidate giving their own campaign an unlimited amount of money, they can collect 5,000 in pre-filing and then 5,000 for the primary election. So that's how we came to that 10,000 number. But like I said, again, we're open to having the conversation on the specific number that we want to land at for this legislation. But logistically, and then once we had that set for governor, it made sense with the same number of ballots being printed for U.S. Senate that we would make it 10,000 as well, with the 25,000 signatures. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Sweeney.
Thank you.
Representative Horrigan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So my name is Timothy Horrigan. I represent Stratford County District 6. Actually, it's now District 10, even though my old name tag says otherwise. So, which is the town of Durham. And I do some written testimony, which I wrote up, well, before I'd heard Representative, I guess the member from Manchester's testimony. And not that it changed my mind. In fact, actually, I think I'm even more opposed to the bill because he pointed out something that escaped my notice, or I didn't think much about, which was this doesn't do anything to make it easier or harder for people to run as third-party candidates. And I assume that probably the intended effect of this, I guess not that I'm supposed to impugn motives, but I'm inferring that the effect of this bill, if we pass it, would probably be to encourage a lot more insurgents to run outside the party structure as third-party candidates. And that probably has good points and bad points, but I'm personally not in favor of it. So should I hand this around? I did submit to the website, but I don't really know where any of those files are going this year, because the last time we had that procedure, you could look them up on the website, but now they're just they're going somewhere, but I don't know where. Or I can do it later. Sorry, my preamble is probably longer than it needed to be, but I'll just say there's 4 main points, or maybe it's 5. But my first point is simply, as we've already heard, HB 116 raises a tax or fee. Although they occasionally make exceptions, one of the core values of the House Republican caucus is that no state tax or fee should ever be raised for any reason, even by a small amount. And even on my side, in the Democratic aisle, we're
usually pretty reluctant to raise taxes or fees if there isn't a good reason for it. And I don't think there's a good reason for it. I don't think the reason that I heard qualifies as a good reason. And it's not just a small amount. As I said, 10,000%, which is, it does lower the state rep fee from $2 to $0, which that's a pretty minuscule fee. It doesn't make much difference one way or the other. It does downshift a few dollars of cost down to the town clerk's office, since unlike the other offices, we state reps register at the town hall, not at the Secretary of State's office. But thirdly, and I think this is probably borne out of the testimony we've already heard, they're high enough to discourage lesser known candidates who've not raised much money before the campaign. And this definitely would be a barrier to entry for candidates of modest means, some of which have actually won in the past, not just in the primaries, but sometime in the general election. Now, we have had a few overcrowded primaries with an arguably excessive number of weaker candidates in the ballots, but those primaries, haven't resulted in weak nominees. We've had strong nominees have come out of crowded primaries. We've had weak nominees have come out of primaries with only two or only one candidate. And anyway, the huge proposed fee increases will only keep poor fools from running. They won't dissuade rich fools. If HB 116 passes, candidates would also, I think they have effectively denied the alternative of gathering petitions in lieu of paying a filing fee, at least for those top of the ballot offices. And I guess we heard that they have to collect gubernatorial and senatorial candidates. Right now, they only need to bring in 200. They're going to have to bring in 25,000. And they said it like it's a good thing that the party would now have a list of 25,000 people who have pledged to a candidate. And that's probably sometimes good, but that also discourages, in my opinion, insurgent candidates. Like Governor Sununu for the first time had a couple of serious opponents, and they actually got a lot less than 10,000, 25,000 votes. The more successful the two got about 10,000, but it would have been even harder for those candidates to get their campaigns going if they'd have to submit 25,000 names, for the state committee for them to look and congressional candidates, 12,500 instead of 100. That's a 12,500% increase, and that greatly increased the cost of entry. And those are very large numbers compared to the number of people who vote in the primary. Like 147,501 voted in the Republican primary in 2022, 96,275. So that's like a pretty high percentage of the people who participate in these primaries. And finally, we're talking about the amount of money. It doesn't really raise a significant amount of money. Even if no fringe candidates are discouraged from running in 2024, if we pass HB 116, it's only going to raise about $300,000. I think there's better places in the state budget to look for $300,000. And it was represented that this would help these candidates pay for the costs of printing up the ballots and the work the Secretary of State does, which is significant. But this money is earmarked for the general fund, so it's not earmarked for the Secretary of State's office anyway. So this is an unnecessary bill, and as with the other one, I would certainly urge you to ITL it at your first opportunity. There is one small issue that bugs me, which is kind of mentioned in passing the bill, which talk about electing delegates. The Democratic Party elects their delegates at town conventions. Republicans have it on the ballot, and I think it would be maybe sounds more small d Democratic to elect them on the ballots, but that's a substantial cost to the state, because there's lots of write-ins, lots of candidates people don't know, so it might actually be more fair for the Republicans to also elect them the same way at the local town conventions. But that's a minor point. But anyway, so I'd be happy to take any questions if anyone has any.
Thank you. Questions? All right. Thank you, Representative.
Yes, I'd also miss, like every year, I like to get a $2 bill from the bank. So I always enjoy bringing a $2 bill to the town clerk's office, and I wouldn't be able to do that anymore. But all right. Thank you.
Representative C.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I rise in opposition to House Bill 116. This bill drastically increases the fees for running for the top 3 offices in New Hampshire. This is not an increase that matches inflation, and it appears designed to favor rich candidates. That may not be the intent, but it gives that appearance. 100 times increase, I feel, is unreasonable. The alternative of filing by nomination papers now will require a large team of petitioners to gather this huge number of petitions within the approximately 3-month time period that it's needed to get them in. This also puts a huge burden on local supervisors of checklist because they're the ones that have to verify such petitions. This bill also does not present a good optic for New Hampshire by making it more difficult for candidates to get on the ballot and thus reducing the choices for voters. Removing the $2 fee from state representative candidates does not remove any significant barrier to becoming a candidate and deprives the local community of even covering photocopy costs for registering the candidate. I urge this committee to ITL this bill. Thank you, and I'll take any questions if there are any.
Thank you. Questions? All right, thank you, Representative. Sam Bourne.
I am Sam Bourne. I spoke previously. I stand today in opposition to this bill for the basic and fundamental reasons that this is about ballot access. The reason stated for adding the fees is that the problem is that there are too many names, and it's a lot of names for people to look at, and we print a lot of paper. In the terms of there's a lot of names, I believe if you are going to go and you're going to vote for the governor or senate or presidential race, you will have done your research ahead of time and you can find a name, and dare you have to look at 20 names, you will be able to select the candidate that you wanted. The odds that somebody will be making a decision in the ballot box having Googled 20 names who they have never heard of is an unlikely one. And on the second point of the cost of printing paper, there were more effective ways to either cut funding from other measures or raise small amount of taxes if printing paper is truly the reason for the fee increases. At a fundamental level, putting up another barrier to obstructing people's ability to get on the ballot is not a good one for the health or the viability long-term of our democracy. If somebody wants to run for their ego or they want to run because they are vain, so what? They get on the ballot. That's okay. But if somebody legitimately wants to have an upstart insurgency candidacy and they don't have the funding or the support, I believe in America and in New Hampshire, they ought to have a shot to be able to do that. There are no harms to us as citizens, representatives of this state, that there will be another name on the ballot and that we will have to spend a tenth of a penny printing their name in ink. I urge you to vote against this bill because again, going back to the Ronald Reagan quote, government is not the problem, government is not the solution, government is the problem. There does not need to be an added or increased restriction in preventing people's access to the ballot and their ability to vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? All right, thank you. Stephen Bourne.
Stephen Bourne, Rye, New Hampshire. Thank you very much. I'm opposed to this bill for a number of reasons, and believe it or not, there is one part that I actually do like that I'll tell you about. We, as speaking for undeclared voters, I'm not nominated to speak for all of them, but as one, we would like more choices. This would give us less choices. Also, if you have the same sort of people running all the time, you get the same ideas. All right, having easy ballot access, there's a lot of people that run, they're one-trick ponies. They want to give one idea or a platform to talk about. This would make that harder. So we wouldn't get maybe those ingenious ideas, the things that really none of us have thought about yet, but really move the needle. So this would limit the health. All right, it's how you evolution fails when you do these kind of things. The second problem is that the smarts of this vote this measure equated seriousness to money. And I think that's a misnomer and it's a problem. One of the biggest things driving some of the dysfunction and the way we manage our republic is all of the money. Now, I happen to be an undeclared voter, so I get all this lovely mail from both sides. It's gross how much money from out of state pours in to tell me what I should be doing. So money's not good. Also, the other speaker mentioned, you know, some of the people with the most money are the scariest. They may not be the people that we want on our ballot. Maybe these people with some ideas. On to petitions. Who here has gone out and collected a bunch of petitions to run for office? Am I the only one here that's gone out and done that and collected petitions to get on the ballot? Okay. As the one person's done it probably has learned, it's not that easy. Okay. It's pretty difficult. You'd be amazed. People don't even know where they vote. You have to get enough people. Do you know with the current political climate, do you know how receptive people are to talk to you and do that? It's not easy. All right. This is a really high barrier. It can be done. Groups have come in and collected tons of signatures in New Hampshire. You know how they do it? Outside money. They bring in a ton of people, they pay people, and they get it done. It's not New Hampshire people going out and collecting signatures from New Hampshire people. It's other people's money putting candidates to tell us what we're going to do. We have one person that knows the process of collecting a signature petition. Not only do you have to convince the person to sign this petition and explain this to them, then you have to, especially if you have to organize them, all right, by where they voted. Guess how many people know their ward number? Not many. Okay, they know where they go, but they don't know the ward number. You have to organize them by that. Then you have to go to the town hall, the city clerk, and find the supervisor of the checklist. 2 supervisors of the checklist have to look at each petition, okay, and sign it off together. So you have created a huge amount of work for the supervisors of the checklist. And if you hold that position, you know that it's not a very highly paid position. It's volunteer. So you're creating a huge amount of work for that. Just out of curiosity, if you wanted to get an independent party on the ballot in New Hampshire, anyone want to take a guess of how high that stack of petitions need to be to get an independent party through the petition process? No? How about 10 feet? You stacked all those petitions on top of it, that would it be. Now, there is actually one good thing that could come out of this bill, from my perspective, is that if this bill does pass, it could lead to the disappearance of the Republican and Democratic Party, and I would support that. Do you know why? Because to maintain your status of the party, the Republican and Democratic Party need to get on at least one candidate on a statewide, all right, office. And there's only 3 of them, the 2 Senate seats and the governor's office. And every, there's only, out of the 6 years, there's 1 year where there's only the governor that runs. So let's say the Republicans or Democrats can't come up with somebody to fork up the $25,000 and come up with this. They don't have a candidate on the ballot. Guess what happens to that party next year? Bye-bye. And then you're with me collecting 10 feet of petitions or trying to get somebody to run for one of those offices in the next election cycle to try to get them a party. So I just thought I should point that out to you. Any questions?
Thank you. Questions from the committee? All right, thank you. Natch Grays.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nate Graves for the Municipal Association again. Our only real interest in this bill is the fact that currently when you file for state rep, the $2 that your filing fee is kept at the town level. So we vigorously defend all revenue streams from the town. So we would suggest that if the committee would like to pass this bill, that they adopt an amendment that would preserve that $2 fee going and being kept in the town. I've spoken with the prime sponsor. He would not object to that amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Ankerberg, could you send up the blue sheet, please? And signing in, we have 1 in favor, 4 against, and that closes the public hearing on House Bill 116. So the committee probably wants to know what to expect now. We're likely to exec both of these bills next Tuesday. And the rest of the day will be as many bills as I can cobble together, so it should be a fairly full day. We'll start at 10 and get through as many bills as we can and exec at the end. Anything else? All right, we're out. See you next week. Yeah. What do you mean, like, when they put stuff in, do they then give it to me? I don't know. My first time since we started the digital